Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Work. Do stuff. All right. Hey, what's up, Vor? How are you? We're going to get on ye ol' whatever this character is. I need to get some more firewood. Let's get some firewood. Stay here, bee. B-O-B-O-B. Wait, I wanted to check. I wanted to check something out. Let me get some of this wood, but I want to go check something out in Fallen Watch. There's so much more stuff we have to do in Fallen Watch. Hey, what's going on, Colt? How are you? Just camping named Giant for alt gear while waiting for evening meetings. Nice, nice. Yeah, we gotta do a lot more stuff in Fallen Watch. We went in there last night till like 1 a.m. with a couple of groups. Having fun doing that stuff. There's just a lot of stuff that we need to learn. Vor, if you're gonna stick with Rampage, I mean, I don't know what your plan is. They have a sign-up sheet for their class, like who's starting what classes and all that kind of stuff. It's on the Discord. Won't be around for a Fallen Watch group or whatever is normal today. Not be around. You won't be around later? You will not be around later today? Okay. So you won't be on at all for either or? Okay. We'll see what's going on. I don't know who's going to be on today. Not until later? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be on. Well, that's gonna be. Yeah, we'll see what's going on tonight. Today, I don't know what we're gonna do. I didn't really talk to Isar about it. We were in Fallen Watch until like 1 o'clock last night, and then we didn't get started though until like 9 or something, like something late. I wish they would get started a little bit earlier. Don't wait for you guys. Yeah, no worries. I've decided to play Bard, but I keep my fingers crossed because there's so many. There are too many bards upon EA release. You're as good as dead. I don't think right now there will not be too many bards. I know very few people that are actually playing a bard. Most people have been like, bard's just not that great. It doesn't bring anything to the party, etc. So they're just kind of, yeah. So I don't think you have much to worry about. You might be one of the only bards on the server, and then watch it end up being one of the best classes. You know, could very well happen. Could very well happen. Let's hope that, because it's not easy to find a group if there's too many around. That's true. Yeah, like you kind of want to play a class that not there aren't many of, but is a welcome class, you know? What's up, Don? How you doing, bud? Yeah, I kind of lucked out in EverQuest 1 with my Enchanter. Very few people played an Enchanter because they didn't understand the class. And because of that, I was like one of the only high-level Enchanters on my server. And then people found out that Enchanter was one of the best classes in the game. So, yeah. Why do people come in and do that? Ban. I don't ban many people, but I will ban you if you're just going to come in my channel and spam stuff like that. No need. No need. Yeah, bots. Exactly. That's why like I don't feel bad banning them, because they're most likely bots. They're probably not even there anyway. I have had actual people come in and do that stuff, though. Some people that just don't know. Like, I had this one streamer's dad come in one time. And he came into my channel and he goes, "Oh, I see that you play the same game as my son. He also streams the game. You should go and check him out." And I was like, yeah, don't do that. Like, that's weird. Oh, shoot. I forgot to do something. Hang on a second. Hoku wants me to give him something real quick. We were trying to figure this thing out, or some of these things out. Let me go help him out real quick. What's going on, Nielsen? How you doing, bud? Okay. So he needed page 18, 3, this one. I have 2 of those. He needs 2 page 3 scripts. 3 page 5 scripts. 4 page 6. 3 page 10. 18 is the last regular page you need to figure out. And now I gotta figure. 18 is... Let's see. Let me see if I have 18s. All right. Let me camp out. We'll get back on the Beastmaster for a minute. Just hopping on Monster Memory before my work meeting. Nice. Love it. Yeah, so many people are working and playing this game. Like, it's going to be very different than original EverQuest, where most people didn't work from home back then. Nope. Whoops.
I forgot my YouTube chat again.
You and Holidays? Huh? Done with the beta. All my time now is working on AI agents to do parts of my job. Good luck with that. I hope it works out. I don't think I knew this that dwarves could be spellblades. Big pull. Oops. Here they come. Labor Day, September 7th. It is. It is. I have to figure out if I'm going to Dragon Con or not. Probably not. What is Dragon Con? It's a big nerd festival, basically. It's it's one of the largest conventions in America. It's I don't know how to explain it. They have a little bit of everything. They got anime, they've got video games, like horror movies, just a bunch of cosplay. It's kind of like Comic-Con, but not in California. Just Google Dragon Con. You'll find out all sorts of stuff about it. It's massive though. Very popular in Atlanta. Have you been seeing all women go crazy about the Terrible Mother trial? I have heard about that, yeah, and I've seen a few things, and people I guess now are like siding with the mom from something that I'm seeing. I'm like, what? And they're all like, you know, yeah, she had a right to do it or something. I was like, what? Huh? Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know enough about it to really speak on it, but it seems weird that people are like, yeah, she was stressed out, so it was deserved or something. I'm like, what? To me, that just reinforces two parents. That's all it does. It reinforces having two parents. Because when one can't take control, another one hopefully can, you know, to give a break to the other one, right? When one's losing their mind and they can't cope for a minute or whatever, like they can take a break, and that's all it is to me. Is it's just reinforcing two parents. Popped up in the algorithm. It popped up for me too. Something popped up about it. I don't know. I was like, okay, well. I mean, I've gotten super upset with my kid. You know, to the point where I wanted to just be like, you know, and strangle him. But I wouldn't do that. You know, sometimes you just want to like reach over and just smack your kid and be like, hey, shut up, knock it off. But yeah, I mean, you don't do that. Kids got to learn the same way that we all learned, you know, not by getting smacked or strangled or whatever. Yeah, tough situation. I mean, I feel for her because clearly she had some mental issues, you know, like, so I feel bad for her, but can't justify any of that. Do 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 do. The only way to get a wasp from the elf area? Currently, yes. That is the only way. And it takes forever to level one up. Like a stupidly long time to level one up. I feel bad for Beastmasters that were already really high level. And then they want to get a wasp pet. And it takes hours. Hours and hours and hours to level up their pet. Yeah, it's silly. Like Hoku is level 60. He was level 60 before the wasp pet was a thing. He went to get a wasp pet. And yeah, like it took him hours of grinding out to try to get the wasp pet just a couple of levels. It just took forever. You put in those hours? Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on some factors, but like it could literally take 100 hours to level up a pet or more. It's kind of silly. Yeah, I had a wasp pet at level like 5, so it's been easy to keep up with it. Take the tamed animal, automatically jump to the minimum level a player would have to be to XP with you. Yeah, I mean they could do that and make it like a level 60 could grab a pet and make it automatically level 40 or something. That's a possibility. Or take the XP restrictions off so they can go and just kill level 60 mobs. And it gets tons of XP. I don't know. There's a lot of things that they could do with it. But ultimately for early access it won't matter because hopefully, well, I mean it might matter. People hopefully would choose their pet that they want early on, you know. But the problem with it is if you want to have like 3 different pets, let's say you want to have a wasp pet or like a DPS pet, a balance pet, and a tank pet. Let's say you want to have all 3 of those. Then you can't really do that easily until level 50 when you get the ability to swap your pets out. It's just kind of silly, right? Just really silly. Your Beastmaster opted for the spider and its root ability. Yeah, the spider's great. Yeah. For the root. But it's like you want to have different pets for different things. And it's not really feasible to level up multiple pets. And then the problem with it is by the time it is feasible to level multiple pets, now you have to go back and level up low-level versions of those pets. Or find the highest level version you possibly can. So, yeah, the whole thing, it just feels bad. Ixair got scale wolf trolls, got alligators. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get some sort of tigers and stuff like that as well. At some point. That'd be cool, like, but that's going to be terrible in an expansion in the future. What if in the future you have new pet types, but you can't get them because, you know, they're so low level. It's going to take you forever to level them up. I don't know. It's just not the best approach in my opinion. Oh, yay, an herbalist. Come on, herbalist. Doom, doom, doom. I guess we're gonna do Fallen Watch. I don't know. I should probably Started the Necro, only level 14, but I can see why it's a favorite class. It's so much fun when your pet gets a bit stronger and you have access to fear. Oh yeah, yeah. Fear kiting on the Necro is really good. Dun, da, 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 I leveled up. I'm amazing. Do 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 do. Oh boy. I would like to use a rat pet, but I don't know if it's that great. I would use one regardless because it's cute. They are not good. No. In fact, one could say they are bad. Yeah, they're not good. They should be good. Rats are amazing. I mean, maybe as a pet, you know, they're fine as a pet. But not in the game. A disease proc? Yeah, that'd be a cool proc. They can stealth themselves. There you go. I guess they could go into stealth, and then you go, and then you get invis, and then you can like run through areas without having to worry about the pet pulling a bunch of aggro. But yeah. Most people want to have like combat bonuses with their pets, you know? All the tameable creatures should be viable and good and just be preference on the player which one they use. Yeah. I agree. They should all be more viable. But right now, they're just not. The wasp pet is just far better than all other pets. So that's just the way it is. Unfortunately, that's just the way that it is. Third slot swappable? I mean, they could do that. It would be kind of weird, though, but they could. Yeah. Two-hander better than dual wield, or does it depend on weapon? It depends on the weapon, but if you have two comparable weapons, like a two-handed versus a dual wield, depending on the class that you're playing, the two-handed could be better. For the Beastmaster, two-hander is more DPS, specifically because of one ability, this chop ability right here. So it does more damage, and it opens up your pet to land critical hits for 5 seconds. So everything that your pet does for the next 5 seconds is critical hits. So it adds quite a bit of damage to the Beastmaster. Otherwise, you'd be using Maul, this ability right here, which you see that this one does 65% damage times 2, and this one does 200% damage plus bonus physical damage and crits. So this one ability is a lot more damage than this is. If they were to lower, or if they were to increase this damage though from Maul, then very few people would want to use two-handed weapons. So it's really just that one ability. You saw me running through Shaded Dunes? Yeah? I was probably heading to Fallen Pass. Yeah, I'm glad they fixed that ability as well. This is backwards. There we go. I was wondering why my headset was weird. It was on backwards. Oh my goodness. Good stretch. But yeah, they did fix it. They've got the functionality so that these weapons require two-handed weapons versus one-handed weapons, etc. I mean, technically, Maul, you can use this with a two-handed weapon if you want to, but it just does far less damage. You want to use this with dual wield, so that it at least does the 65% weapon damage twice. Yep, that was me, my level 60 fighter. Headed to Fallen Watch, I'm sure, last night. Which we're probably going to go back there this morning at some point. But we got to get people online. We got Dula, we got me. Let's see, Hoku, Dula, Conquest, me, Silk, and Sam. We just need a healer, really. And we can do something in Fallen Watch. Still requires two-handed weapon, though. Are you sure it still fires off without it? It does not fire off without it. I didn't say that it did. It did before. It no longer does. They fixed that. What I was saying is this other ability, Maul, can now be used with a two-handed weapon. But it'll only hit one time, so you don't really want to use it with a two-handed weapon. Yeah, when they first came out with the Beastmaster changes, it was bugged. Well, when it first came out with the Beastmaster changes, they didn't have the functionality to do what they wanted to do. Is what it was. Which is silly. It's like, why put it in the game when you don't have the functionality to do it? Oh boy, that's gonna be two. Oopsie daisies. That's okay. We'll be fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Bob's like, phone. And then I'm like, all right, I'll pull two. Sorry, Bob. What I mean is, sorry, miswrote. Maul says it requires dual wield. It says it requires dual wield, but no, that's not how it works. So, we'll look at it here in a second. It doesn't require dual wield. But you don't get as much out of it. You miss out on bonus damage. All right, so like if we look at Maul, yeah, it says this ability requires dual wield. It doesn't. It'll attack for 65 weapon ratio in the main hand. I'll show you. We'll swap it out for one fight. This game looks awesome. How do you get it? Right now, you can't get it. You can opt in for the beta and hope that you get into the beta. On Fridays, they do drawings for that. And then some other people give away on streams, or they might have a friend code or something that you could get from somebody. So that's how that works. But October 1st, the game will be available for everyone. Oh, they did fix it. It looks like, yeah. So yeah, Maul does not work with two-handed weapon. I actually didn't know that they fixed that. I don't know when they fixed that, but they did fix it. So there you go. Bob. It was fixed. That's good. Yeah, it used to say required, and it would fire off of off a two-handed weapon. Weird how they word it. This requires dual wield when you can use it with a two-hander. Well, yeah, before they had it all worded that way for all of those abilities, and it didn't. The functionality wasn't there. They wanted it to be that way, but the functionality wasn't in game, so they couldn't do it. But I guess they have since fixed it, and it now functions properly. Is it true we won't get to test deep races before EA? We will, yeah. Deep races are supposed to be in early September. Supposedly. Like, I mean, anything can happen, but we're supposed to get those early September. So not next week, but the following week. So very soon. And then they're probably only going to be in for like a week or so. And that's it. That is going to be it. I don't know that the devs realize how quickly October 1st is approaching. I think they do realize. But I feel like they're just unaware, right? They know it's coming quickly, but they're not really aware that it's coming so quickly. That's what it feels like. What racials should they receive? Honestly, I have no idea because the racials are all... They're all wrong anyway. They definitely need to adjust all of the traits in the game. Some are just far better than others. Did your team make any good progress in Fall and Watch? Yeah, we got pretty far last night. We did a lot of stuff last night. I didn't stream. Here, I can show you some of the stuff we did last night. I took some pictures, some screenshots. You want to see them? Screenshots. So these are... Doink. That's a screenshot I took last night of us fighting a gelatinous cube. Good times. That's an elite Plagueborn that we were fighting in a hallway. Pretty cool. By the way, these might be some spoilers for those that don't want to see spoilers. This is a named mob that we killed called Squeeze. This is a named mob called Need in the same area. This is a really cool looking room that I took a picture of. There's that's a named mob right here. Right there in the middle, standing on the pedestal. Who dropped a piece of junk. This is me standing after we killed him looking out. And then me and Razzle. Oh, and this is like on our way out. That's technically the entrance to Fallen Watch. This is where you come out of in Fallen Watch. So, yeah, it was pretty cool. We got to see a lot of new stuff. How the raid mechanics so far? We haven't actually tested the raids. I don't think anybody on the PvE server yet has really put in much effort on the raids. So honestly, not sure how the raid mechanics are. I've heard from some other people that there's a couple people on PvP that have messed around with it a little bit. And it's more challenging, for sure, but doable. Not a fan of the garbage loot. Yeah, the loot is terrible inside of Fallen Watch. Like the standard loot, the common and uncommon items, they're terrible. Any of the loot from the name's worth it? No, I got one upgrade actually on my fighter. I can show you guys in a little bit. It's a small upgrade though. It's a pair of boots. Slightly more armor class. They had less strength, but more agility. So I got more armor class and more agility, making them better tank boots, and had dexterity. And then I lost strength and I lost a little bit of health. Once you get a vanish ability, that could be interesting. A vanish ability for the deep races, yeah, possibly. Part of me wants them to remove racials or make them a flavor and keep the trait significant. Yeah, the traits right now, like, you got to be careful with traits because you don't want to end up in a situation where you pick a race class combo and then you find out that race class combo isn't good. You know, you should have picked a different race for that class. You know, then it just feels bad. You don't want that. At least I don't want that. Yeah, we definitely don't want that situation like Ogre Warriors in EverQuest, where by far the best combo, you know. That's the idol last night. 1 stamina, 2 wisdom upgrade. Yeah, I mean that's fine. At least it was an upgrade, right? It should be. But yeah, like some of the stuff is just garbage. I might have a couple of the items on Criddle I can show you guys. I don't remember. I think I kept 1 or 2 of them just to show the difference. Like there's a necklace we got. I think the necklace had like 4 wisdom. Here's a couple of them. There's this. This one's pretty good. Yeah, these are actually pretty decent items. We got these last night, so this was definitely an upgrade, if I remember correctly. So, you know, there's some stuff in there that's good. It's just that it's either like really, really good or complete and utter trash. And that's the problem with it, is that for the challenge of the dungeon, you have to fight through, like, some of the stuff literally requires 2 groups. There's some areas in there that are just not, I don't feel like are one groupable. Maybe they are if you have like a perfect level 60 group, but yeah, the content in there is just built around a lot of players. And then, like, so you have to take 2 groups in there and do it, and then it's just like the gear's not even better. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so they just got to work on it. Simultaneously, it feels bad, just as bad if 70% of the people pick Ogre or Deep Elf because they have the best racials and people not playing a race for looks but racials. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want that. Like, it's really bad. Des even said that their biggest regret are racials due to people playing races for racials instead of aesthetics. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm the type of person that's like, no, every race should be every class, and the racials that they get should not be very powerful. They should all be rather weak, and just for kind of the aesthetics of the class. That's it. Even though it's beta, that is my problem with Fallen Watch right now. The loot is not worth the effort. It's definitely not worth the effort. No, absolutely not. The idea, though, hopefully, which I think is the idea, is that the loot will be spread out. So you'll have like some of the loot that we currently have that drops in other places in the world will be moved into Fallen Watch. And then, some of the Fallen Watch stuff will be moved out to other NPCs. They're probably just going to move the things around a lot. Why they're doing it the way that they're doing it currently, I don't know. Like, it feels backwards. It feels like it's just extra work for the devs. Instead of doing it right the first time, like, I don't get it. Sick quest in Fallen Watch. There's some cool things you can do in there. They're kind of quests, but not really. So, like, you can collect these pages, and there's a bunch of them. Like, a bunch. So you can collect these different pages, and you can turn those pages into scrolls, and they're unique scrolls that give unique buffs, and they're going to be very important. People are gonna love it or they're gonna hate it. But those buffs are very, very powerful. Like, one of them gives you 15 agility and a 10% bonus chance to dodge, which means that tanks are going to have that when they're fighting like big raid bosses and stuff. But they're unique, so you can only have one at a time, and it's going to feel really bad because you can only carry around one at a time, which means that you're probably going to have a bank mule for a raid situation. They're basically like those buffs that you get, like World of Warcraft buffs, Like, hey, we're going to use our poopy pots while we're learning it, but then we're going to use the good potions when we've actually figured out the mechanics so that we have our best chance of winning. So people like that. Some people like it, some people don't like that. I think itemization is a slippery slope for most MMOs. I can understand why they are treading lightly. I can also understand the friction from players doing the content expecting better loot. Yeah, well, the issue is that there's far better loot outside of Fallen Watch right now. And it's way, way, way easier to get. Like, far easier to get outside of Fallen Watch. So what's the incentive to go into Fallen Watch and do anything? Right now, the incentive is for a very low chance, extremely low chance, that you might get something better, because the only thing that's better are going to be like the ultra rare drops. And that's it. So if you have to go into Fallen Watch, take 2 groups of level 60s in, camp something for dozens of hours, that's going to feel bad. When you could take 2 players into some camps outside of Fallen Watch, not 2 groups, just 2 players, and get better loot. Like that, it's not balanced. If you're gonna have the content be that hard and that rare, it should be an exceptional loot, and it's only slightly better. So, anyway, that sounds like double work, like moving something twice when you don't have to. Exactly. So yeah, I don't know what their plan was with that, but I'm assuming they have a plan. I assume. Oh my goodness gracious. You're saying I think they wanted to get the content out. Thinking on the loot now with the basic concepts. Yeah, like, well, that's the thing that I look at. You know, I get what they're doing. I understand it, but why do double the work? They clearly created items, put them in there, and now somebody's going to have to go back through those items and adjust them, move them around, etc. So it's just going to create more work for somebody else. This is part of that project manager thing that a lot of people talk about, why they need a project manager. Because they're literally, in some cases, doing double the work simply because they don't have a project manager. So I understand that having management, they don't want to have, like one of Sean's things is he doesn't want to have, you know, a hierarchy of different people. He wants people to work independently and do things. But the problem is they don't do that. That's just not how that works. You know, in reality, that's just not how it works. You know, the reason that managers exist is to keep everybody on track, moving towards the same goal. So it's going to be, I don't know, it's a challenge, and they're trying to do it their way, and I applaud them for trying. But as a business major, you know, I can't say that their way is going to somehow miraculously be better than centuries of how things have been done. You know what I mean? Like, do you think the Romans were just like, everybody do whatever you want to do and it'll eventually come together? No, they had hierarchy. They had, you know, city planners, and they had builders, and they had, like, people. There were managers going, we're going to build a canal here and a road here, kind of thing. You know, like, it's been, yeah, to me, it's weird that they're like, oh, we're going to completely try to reinvent the structure of how to get things done. So, whatever, though. Engineers rule the world and are always right. They are, yeah. You'll be on in a second. Need to make a phone call. All right, sounds good, Esar, yeah. You're not wrong. Good project management is key to a successful project. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. Apparently, others don't. So, yeah, it's just a whole thing. That's unfortunately a trade-off of the corporate structure. We all know the pitfalls, and especially in the environment of game devs, it's the only way to get things done. Yeah. Well, I mean, you'll get things done. Clearly, they're getting things done by doing it the way they're doing it. It's getting done. They're having to do it twice, or 3 times, or 4 times. You know, they're working against each other a lot. And that's what people need to figure out. That's what, in my opinion, the devs need to figure out. Is to, I mean, I think they know. I don't think this is like new information to them. They're just trying something different. And I mean, I don't think it's gonna work. But sure, if you want to try something different, go for it. Because the thing is, they have different devs that prefer different gameplay styles, right? You have one dev that prefers this, you know, XYZ, another one that's ABC. They're going to have different play styles. And when you need to have a cohesive plan and all the devs working towards the same goal ultimately. Otherwise, it's just going to kind of be a jumbled mess. So, like, they do have a cohesive plan as far as the overall game, which is why we've gotten this far. But they need a better plan for the future of the game. Like, which direction are we going here? The solo versus the large groups kind of thing. The itemization, you know, how challenging a dungeon should be. Class design, monster design, all that kind of stuff. Like, those need to be all cohesive, and right now they're not. Like, you have somebody creating encounters that doesn't understand how the classes are developed, and vice versa. You have somebody creating classes that don't really understand how the encounters are developed. Then you have somebody that creates a whole zone and throws mobs into it without understanding either side of those things. Or like fully understanding, right? They might understand some of it. They just don't have the full grasp of it. Aren't many of the people on the team volunteers? If that's true, then that adds a complexity beyond just adding a project manager, I think. Yes, I think that volunteer thing at this point has become emphasized too much. Everyone on the team up to this point have been doing it on a volunteer basis, most of which with the hope that they will turn into a career or a job. So, yes, it has been a volunteer. It's kind of like, you know, hey, I'm going to, like the way that I explained it previously is, I'm going to volunteer my time to go cut 10 different lawns in my neighborhood that need lawn service so that I could take pictures. I'm going to do it absolutely free to then advertise this is the job that I do in hopes that I get other people to pay me to do their lawn. That is the volunteer of this of the project for this game at this point. They're going to be charging money starting October 1st, which means at this point they're just investing their time and their abilities into creating something. It's like baking a cake that you're planning to sell. It's volunteer until the time that you sell it, right? It's not. No, you're working. You're technically working. You're no longer a volunteer. You know, you're planning for the future of this game. This is a Beastmaster. Hey, Vor coming in with double subs. Thank you so much, Vor. I appreciate it, bud. A tier 2 sub. What? Tier 2? I need to give you guys better emotes. Like, there's special emotes I can put for tier 2 and tier 3 subs. So, I appreciate it. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of what's going on. Like, I get it. They have been volunteering their time. But are you volunteering your time when you go to school to get a degree, an education? Are you volunteering your time if you are an unpaid intern? Are you volunteering your time when you're an assistant, like a plumber's assistant or an assistant electrician? Like, are you volunteering your time for those? No, you're learning something. You're learning a trade in hopes that in the future you can create that and make that a job. So is it volunteering at this point? I don't think so. Like, it was, yes. At one point, it was a volunteer thing. But it's no longer that. As someone who managed volunteers, you need more management and structure than ever to get stuff done. Yeah, I worked as a volunteer at the Children's Hospital for 8 years. And they had volunteer managers, the person that literally dealt with all the volunteers to make sure that they were doing going where they were supposed to, doing what they were supposed to. That, you know, when they needed volunteers, they would reach out and say, hey, we need you to volunteer for these different things. Volunteers, though, can come and go and do kind of whatever they want to do, but there's still a structure there. There's still like an overall, you know, this is the plan. This is what we're doing. So everybody needs to kind of follow through with that. So, yeah. You back? I'm up to doing something? Yeah, let's do something. Don coming in with a sub as well. Thank you so much, Don. I appreciate it, bud. Some of the people are beyond entry level, though. They are. Some of them are, sure. Some of them are probably retired, and they're just like, yeah, let me help out with this pet project. You know, but, ultimately it's still a business. All right, we got to switch over. But yeah, I mean, I get the whole volunteer thing, but yeah, I mean there is another side to it. It's not at this point it's not 100% a volunteer team. They're hoping to get paid, especially the artist. Especially the artist. All right, let's get on Criddle. I think I have a couple items I can show you guys on Criddle. Yeah, we got like this right here last night. Absolute garbage. Like, who's going to want this? That's a rhetorical question. No one's going to want this. The only people that really want to use a shield are going to be the fighter... or the tanks, right? And they're not going to want to use this shield because this is a low armor class shield. And the other people that might use a shield would be like a bard, maybe use a shield, but why would they want to use a shield? They want to use an instrument in their offhand. A cleric could use it, but not with strength on it. A druid, not with strength on it. It's just like, why was this even made? Like, literally... Why was it made? You're level 6, you'd use it? Okay, but you have to be like level 60 doing 2 group content to be able to get this shield. Like, that's the problem. By the time you can earn this shield, no one's going to want to use it. It's just crazy, man. This is another item we got. A 6-int ring with some disease and magic resist on it. I mean, I guess if you don't have a 7-int ring by this point, maybe you would want to use this. Or if you want it just for the resist on it. Which there are some situations where having a resist ring would be helpful. So this is a maybe. Maybe. So yeah, DE trash, you could think of it that way. Yes, it is DE trash, but there's far better ways to get disenchanting trash that's far easier to do. And a level 60 is probably going to know that. And they're going to do that because it's just better. So like, I feel like in a dungeon like this that is this challenging and potentially requires multiple groups to do some of the content, why is the gear so bad? Like, it's just terrible. I did get these boots though. I did get these boots right here, which are pretty good. So this is the old boots. I was using these, which were basically best in slot boots, and then now I got these last night, which are for tanking better. Because of the agility? Yeah, so it's slightly higher. It's slightly higher armor class and higher agility. So overall, they're better tank boots. Yeah, exactly. With an agility enhancement. Like, I've got the agility on these. I don't have on my other ones yet. I could go do that. Actually, right now, those are probably better to use. Yeah. Right now, the my old ones are better to use because they're the same agility currently, plus 5 strength, and these are more health. So they're probably better. But, yeah, I need to add the 5 agility to them. Much agility do you want on Inquisitor tank? Right now, you want as much agility as you can get for tanking. But it's counterintuitive, unfortunately, until they change it, yeah. It's counterintuitive right now for a fighter, because if you have a lot of agility on a fighter, supposedly, I've heard 2 different things about this, you get less vengeance stacks. One person has told me, and I have not confirmed it yet, that you can gain vengeance stacks by not taking damage, by just dodging. It says, additionally, if you take damage while in this stance, you have a chance to gain vengeance. It specifically says take damage, but I did have somebody tell me that you don't have to take damage. You can actually not take damage and still gain vengeance. I don't know. I have not heard that. I guess I can go find like a level 1 enemy and have it just sit there and constantly hit me.
Yeah.
Rogue Gambit says, if hit, you don't have to be hit. You just have to be attacked. It actually says that. Power Train Wormsbane and have 50 mobs attack you. Yeah, but that's the problem, is one of them will do 1 damage. Do you know any high max level Inquisitors? If so, think of the revamp. I don't. A lot of people just didn't level up an Inquisitor. Okay. Why is there a tormented soul right there? That's weird. It's very weird. Oh shoot, I need to go. I need to do this thing. I keep trying to pull stuff out of here, and I don't feel like I'm getting anything. Like, is there a chance you get nothing when you grab stuff out of there? I thought you always got at least something, you know? Some muck. We'll see if we can get to the town here. Oh no, it's 5 p.m. Safer to swim down? Yeah. I've got IVU, but it's just a potion. So we'll see how long it lasts. I mean, technically I could fight these because they're all low level. But we're about to get the nighttime mobs. Looks like there's a group in here. Actually, I probably should have just fought my way through and not wasted an IVU potion. No, maybe there's not a group in here. I don't know what's going on. It's fine. I want to get to town and get like a level 1 mob to hit me. And see if we get vengeance procs without taking damage. I really don't think we do. But I could be wrong. Grain beetles down in the inn. A good possible test. Yeah, just anything is fine. Like, I mean, even these mobs are probably fine. Let's go on Wolf. I don't know what we're going to do just yet. We might do some Fallen Watch shortly. I'm running to town real quick to kind of restock. We'll figure it out from there.
Yay, I'm running like the wind.
When the dwarfen plate is faster than your horse? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I don't understand their idea for that. Hey, what's going on, Bard? How you doing, bud? Doing pretty good. You lost your job, so have a bit more time. Oh no, I'm sorry you lost your job. That's not cool. Saw you in the bank for a moment. Nice, nice. Ma, look, I'm on TV. Ma. You can always start streaming, Bard, and make peanuts. That's always good. Okay, we have to make 12 of these. 12 times 4 is 48. So 20, 40, 48. Perfect. I'm not sure it'd be enough, but I love to stream full time. It's not enough. Like, you got to really get it going. It's, I mean, you can make okay money streaming, but you gotta get a lot of people to come to your stream, watch your content, pay for subs, all that stuff. It ain't easy, and you gotta stream a lot. Here for good vibes and a friend key giveaway. I can give you the good vibes. I don't know about the friend key. We haven't had any donated to us in a while. Sharpening stones. Okay, what else? Oh, I meant to look at that. Interesting. Still thinking they'll have all classes reworked by EA? No. At the start of EA, probably, yeah. But yeah, it's not looking great at the moment. Oh shoot, I need to do. All right, let's try to make boots. Boots. We need exceptional agility. Okay. See if we can make it. What else is there? Save versus cold. Save or dexterity. Yeah, let's get the agility on here. Hey, I did it in one. I'm amazing. So now we can use those. 5 more agility. Put those in there. Put this in here. Put this junk in here. EA is still planned for October 1st, yes. Yeah. +4 strength bracer and leg. I could use those. If I have the mats, I have the mats to do some of that. Yes. So I could grab this, and we need astral powder. Let's go. Yeah, I can make you. You just need 1 bracer and 1 legs. I can hook you up. How long did it take you to get to 60? It depends on your class. It depends on if you're solo, if you're group. It depends on a lot of factors, but it could go anywhere from like 200 hours, give or take. Up to 500 or more hours. If you're in a full group, it's going to be 400 or 500 hours minimum. For anybody in a full group, it's just much slower, way slower to be in a full group.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully they change that. What do you think the Primal Core group setup? Enchanter tank heals? Yeah, Enchanter tank heals, and you're gonna then just throw some DPS in there. Why do people kill those red mantle guards? Someone said for faction. When I asked, yeah, you can kill them for faction. It is a faction thing. that does exist. There's also some items that you can get out of them. All right, so you need 1 bracer for strength, craft, and then legs. Strength. All right, I've got you. I got you, Silky. I got both of those for you. I was told you can kill Red Mantle for a Baja rep when I was trying to... You can, yeah. Baja rep and then Red Mantle rep are opposite. They're opposing factions. Just know that if you kill one, then you're going to be KOS to the other, which means it's going to limit your banking. So, well, it depends. If you kill a bunch of the Red Mantle guards, you can't use the North Bank, but you can eventually use the Harbor Bank. So being able to use the Harbor Bank. I did something. I'm able to use the Harbor Bank without killing any Red Mantle. There's other ways you can gain Baja faction. I don't recommend killing the Red Mantle guards. I just don't recommend doing it. It's more of a negative faction than it is a positive faction. I have never killed them. Seems weird to want to be KOS in half the city. Yeah, not only half the city, but you also become KOS in Pinshaw, which is the city on the in Keeper's Bite, the little town in Keeper's Bite. Those are all Red Mantle guards over there as well. So if you kill the Red Mantle guards here, you're gonna be KOS over there. Seems like a bad trade-off to me, but there are quests, I think, and some things that you can get through faction with the Red Mantle guards, but I don't remember them being anything that's like, you know, stands out as like a must-have item. Prefer not to have negative faction. I suspect there will be a path for that. There will be, yeah. There's going to be places where having a negative faction is actually good. Well, it's not really going to be good, but you're going to have to get negative faction with this to get positive faction with this, or vice versa. You're going to have to choose one way or the other. For example, the Giants. So if we go to faction here, you have the Corrupted Zentari Giants. See, I'm kindly with the Corrupted Zentari Giants. But if you go down here to Zentari Giants, I am maxed seethes with them. So you can either side with the Giants or the Corrupted Giants. You can't do both. I don't think that's possible. But there might be a reason for that in the future, which one you want to side with, you know? It's our best bet at release to get full set of bags so we can fill all slots. Yeah, crafting. Yeah, that's the only way to get bags, really. Just go leatherworking and tailoring. You get bunches of bags. We need to do carpentry. I haven't leveled carpentry at all. I don't think we even started carpentry. I have not started carpentry. Let's go look, because carpentry now has bank boxes. let's go back over here and check it. Speaking of crafting, I grabbed the bag recipes, but they're not showing up my list. Do yours show up? Others like gloves and stuff show up? I have not looked.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Strongest solo class is Necro. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much always going to be Necro. It's just got too many tools that make it really good. Oh, yeah, we got 1 point in carpentry. Woohoo. Where's the guy, though? Who do we buy?
Yeah.
Or can we buy recipes from them? Oh, I can make wood boards. Woo. I guess you can't buy recipes from this guy. You just have to level up carpentry. That's not good. I have some YouTube guides out there depending on the topic.
Yeah.
But I haven't done several because they're constantly updating, and it would just be like something I could make a guide and then the next day it's just out of date. So I kind of haven't done. I probably should still make guides for stuff, but yeah, I just generally don't do too many of those. Tim Curry passed away now? Oh my gosh. Dolly Parton yesterday and Tim Curry today? The heck is going on? Something in the water?
Yeah.
Gonna have to learn soloing on my enchanter because finding groups this week has been a failure. Yeah, the game is definitely gonna start to die off. I mean, how many people are playing right now? There's actually quite a few people on right now, shockingly.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Worried your charisma's too low? Could be. But I wouldn't rely on charming for early access. I mean, it might still be viable, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This game's still fun at max level? It depends on what you like to do. Going to Deep Gnome Necro for EA. This is just your PvE tune. Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah.
Restream not working again. Restream was forcing me to not have a 1080p stream. So I was trying to find a different way to use it, and I haven't had time to look at it. Let me open up something else here. Okay. All right, that worked. That work on Twitch or YouTube? Hey, it worked on YouTube as well. Okay, so I've got a different way I could do this. This seems to be functioning now. So how can I... blend chat? Hum diddly doo. Right-click the Actions channel. What? What does that even mean? Actions. Actions. All right, let's see. Right-click the triggers, action, select your... Okay, let's see if that does anything. So we open up this, and we open up this, and we go here and we say hello. Ha! Look at that, it worked. Yeah, it's sending it over. Okay, okay. Let me modify this a little bit more. This is actually working. Shockingly. Okay, so we do that, and we do relay, add. Let's see, relay YouTube. We do that, and then over here we say add YouTube chat message. Then over here we say add Twitch chat. Send message to channel. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what that does. Ah, look at that. It's working. That's going to be really annoying. Holy moly. I'll have to... We got to work with it some. But... it's working. It's going to spam a bunch of stuff, apparently. Every once in a while. But you guys should be able to see each other chatting now. Maybe. Hi, YouTube. Yep. Says, hi, YouTube. Oh, my gosh. Oh, but it's spamming me every time. So every time I say something, it spams it back. I gotta get it to not do that. It's just gonna spam chat. Yeah, it's just gonna keep spamming chat. So I gotta mess with it a little bit more. It works, but it's gonna relay back and forth. I gotta make it to where it like doesn't, like maybe where it ignores me. Edit. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how else I can do it. I've got to get it to where it ignores my messages, so it doesn't send my messages. It just does them once. Edit. This will prevent the action from showing in the action queue pending history. This should enable. Yeah, I'll have to mess with that some more. It definitely, I mean, it functions, but it doesn't work super well. It's just going to end up spamming me. So, yeah. All right, let's put this over here, put this over here. Whoops. There we go. Takes some getting used to. Yeah, I've turned it off for now, but I'll mess with it some more later, because if it's just going to spam back and forth, I'll have to like set it up to somehow ignore my chat, and I don't know if I can do that. But if I can make it set up to ignore me, then that could potentially work. I try to understand, need tailoring and leatherworking or for bags, belt pouches, backpacks, or is it one of them's more... Leatherworking is for backpacks, tailoring is for bags and pouches, or satchels and pouches. So you need both. All right, let's go do something. Why some people's names are purple. Like this person right here, I think it's because they are role playing. So if you do /who yeah, they've got the role play tag. So role playing will hide your race and class and zone, but it keeps your guild name showing. So yeah, that's what those are for. I think the green name might be the new one, right? Isn't there like a do not disturb or something? Or no, the green name should be devs. There's also like a do not disturb. You have enabled do not disturb mode. Tells from players will be blocked. But yeah, I think green names are devs. Red ones are like the solo self-found or hardcore characters. I believe. Red is red PvP flagged? Okay. How do people activate hardcore solo self-found? So that's right over here. I'll show you where it is, but I'm not going to do it. But I will show you how to do it. So in Night Harbor, you can do this in other places as well, but here at the West Bank or West Gate in Night Harbor, you go over here. There's also one at the North Gate. There's also one in Phalandraw where you can start there. It's right around where you start. There's always somebody. And what you're looking for are these two NPCs right here. This guy and this guy. So if you hail them, hail, and you read their dialogue here, it'll say, well, we paupers have a humble life. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to commit to the way. But what they would normally say is blah, 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 follow the dialogue. Would you like to become solo self-found? And you say yes. Over here, same thing. You hail this guy. Hello, brave soul. We only, the magnificent few, get to live a hardcore life. To commit, one must have a fresh perspective on the world, and it is too late for you. You have to be level 1 characters, basically. But talk to these two guys, and they will make you hardcore and solo self-found. So like this guy is hardcore, this guy is solo self-found. So you can do one or the other or both. Beta invites are sent out once a week on Fridays. It is raining like crazy. Crazy. Wow, it's already noon. We need to go do something. It's already noon. Let's do stuff. Look at that. 24 charisma. What? What? 22 intelligence. What? Those are some of the good items that come out of Fallen Watch. Tailor or leatherworking as minor trait? I wouldn't recommend either of those. It depends on what you're going to be using the most. I mean, it depends. What I would recommend is the hardest one to level that you want to level. Alchemy is very challenging to level, and enchanting is very challenging to level. You can have essentially name, LFG, AFK, D&D all at the same time displaying on your name. Yeah, I think so, yeah. You could. Make an alt with those and send them mats. Pick good combat traits for main is how I'm thinking about doing it. They're different traits, yeah. The crafting traits and the combat traits are major traits and minor traits. And there's two different sets. There's major combat traits, minor combat traits, major non-combat traits, minor non-combat traits. So they're separate.
Yeah.
Somewhat troll since LFG you will make you appear LFG channel for people to tell you, but when they do, it says do not disturb. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Should have to burn a trait on infravision. Yeah, that's part of what I think they're debating on with the changes to traits. We'll have to see what they do with it. It kind of feels bad. The trait, all the traits need to be reworked. But I also understand, like, I don't want to play a dwarf, for example, and then have my screen always have a blue tint to it, because I always have infravision. You know, like, I just don't want to deal with that. I would like it to be right here on this setting, but slightly brighter. Just ever so, well, slightly brighter in, like, the caves areas. And like at night and stuff. Good morning, Valinthus. How are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, it is raining hard. That just means I'm going to have to cut the grass again. Wonder if Andy's going to get on today. Not raining there at all? Lucky. Nah, I mean, it's actually really good. I want it to rain. Our yard looks terrible when it doesn't rain because we don't water it or anything. So it just looks awful. Also go the route where your trait determine where you start or where you can't start, for example. They could introduce intervision to humans. Have to start in the underdogs. They could do, yeah. They could do something like that. I want to say that they're going to have different tiers of traits. So Sean was talking about on one of his streams where you're going to have a starting trait and then you're going to be able to, like, level up your trait as you go. Right. We'll see what's going on. I think we might try to get a couple people together and just mess around and rot hold for a bit. I'd rather do Fallen Watch. There's still so much in Fallen Watch that we haven't done. But, yeah. Oh, look, there's a whole 2 people in Rothold. Neat. Why don't you do Rothold and you Beastmaster? You'd have to get a full group at that level to do this. And I don't have a full group that would be willing to deal with it and this punishing. As punishing as it is. So that's the main reason. Rothold or Tin Mobs may port through the walls. Yeah, absolutely. That's part of the problem with it. Gosh, this is so dark. Oh, even turning up the gamma didn't help. Sounds good on paper, but how does leveling up traits solve the issue of traits in general? Like, there's always going to be 1 or 2 out of the 10. Yeah, there is. It doesn't really solve that problem. I don't know what their plan is for it. Balancing, like I've said many times, balancing is one of the things this team does the worst. Like, I think that they could do a good job balancing if they focused on balancing, but they rarely focus on balancing. They're just trying to get things into the game, and then once they get them in the game, they have to go back and rebalance them. Personally, I would say, you know, like, as you're adding them to the game, let's make sure that they are somewhat balanced, and like think about the balance as you're adding them, and it won't be as much work to go back and do it. Okay, so we got to go. Holy moly. The thunder just shook the whole house. They would actually have to balance to be bad at it? Well, that's true, yeah. Currently, they just don't balance things very much. Like, they just don't do it. I mean, I think that they do balance some things. Like, they look at it. So the things that are balanced are probably right. There's just so many things that they haven't balanced. We might be able to do Fallen Watch. Think we'll see any set pieces or cool stats on 60 gear besides just boring stats? I think eventually, yeah, but not just yet. All right, we're gonna do Fallen Watch. We got some people moving, so I gotta move some people around. Going with HP trait buff on Dwarf and hitting the same cooldown as Stone Skin is absolutely scuffed. Yeah, it feels super bad. Feels like you just wasted a trait. So I'll probably test those things out at some point before early access hits. And once early access hits, whatever I start with, I'll make sure they actually work together. Because if they don't work together, I'm not going to want them. I actually enjoy playing the Wizard, though, to be honest. I just wish it was like, it felt better to play. Like, I would love to play a DPS class. If I could guarantee we would have a good, solid tank for whatever it is that I do, whatever guild, whatever server I'm on or whatever, I would prefer to play a DPS class. But, you know... Was that your thunder? That was my thunder outside. It's been crazy lately. We have a pond behind the house, and lightning has literally been striking the pond. Like, no joke. Striking the pond. And it's like shakes the whole house, and it's nuts. Got confirmation the spiders in VOZ are stealth and cannot be seen with C and Viz. Trips to Corrupted Ashira will be fun now. They will be. I would hug that zone wall as much as you possibly can. Even then, you still might run into a spider. The magic resist user first, yeah. I don't know that spiders can see in Viz though. So you might be able to like get Speed of the Wild and Invis and then run to the Ashira. Once you're at the Corrupted Ashira, there's no spiders over there. I gotta decide though if I want to actually do the Ashira though, to be honest. Like that's around level 20-ish range. Like what, mid-20s? It's a good place to go, but I don't know if there's something better. I have to decide what would be better. How to fix the launcher can't play after update. Launcher disappeared. The launcher disappeared? That's weird. Oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way again. I don't know why the launcher would disappear. Corrupted gear is some of the best gear you can farm without having to camp a named. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when we're first leveling up, we just got to figure out what we're gonna do. Like our group, we're gonna have our group, and we're gonna try to do stuff. But I want to be efficient, but I also want to I want to try to get gear at the same time that we're getting XP. Like if we can get gear, XP, and money all at the same time, especially once we hit level 40 plus. I want to try to go and camp named that I know are going to be really long camps. And we might as well just get XP while we're camping the named, if we're going to sit there and do it anyway. Red River Pirates last night for a few hours. Never saw the captain. Yeah, it's rough, man. Sometimes you can sit there for hours and hours and hours and never see a named. Can we sneak by? Look at that. Stealthy fighter. The skeletons will aggro me, though. I chose the worst possible time to run through this zone. Nighttime. It's awful. Like, this is another area that you can do at that level range. You could do the Ashira around this level range, or you could do this Undead Rat Cave at that level range. And it's like, which one is better, you know? The Ashira are going to have more of the random drops for the corrupted leather, which is good. But you have, like, a couple named mobs over here, so... I like how the campfire doesn't even give off light in the room. Yeah, this is a not player-based campfire. Does the prey disappear at some point? Where do they go? They go out the other end, and they end up getting attacked by mobs on the other side, and they'll get killed. That works for me. If you're not a party, they won't switch to you. They could. Like, those mobs could switch to me, but they're focused on Isar right now. So, they're not coming to me at the moment. How many people will have a paid cleric just camp there? Oh yeah, a lot. Like we have a cleric camped out here. The heck are these? Brilliant. Oh, brilliant magics. All right, let's do. Yay, I got bone chips. Whoopity doo. Where's Silky? Come here, Silky. Yeah, I've got tons of pages. This is the issue. If you're trying to collect pages, it's a pain in the butt. How do you combine them? You have to go down to there's an NPC called Sprocket, and near them there's like a workbench that you can do it at. We're still working on a lot of that stuff. I think we might have figured out all the different things. There's like 3 or 4 that are really good, a couple that are okay, and then a couple that we don't really know how they work yet. Do they make spells? They make scrolls. I don't have any on me or I would show it to you. But they make scrolls that you can basically cast on yourself. It's kind of like making a potion. right, give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick before we get started here, because we're probably going to be in here for a bit. So give me just a minute, and we're going to get going. Okie dokie. Silky, you're coming, right? I think Isar is going to drop for you, and so you can join the main group and get some XP. The best way to get a beta invite is to find a friend that has a friend key. Find a person that has a friend key to give to you. The second best way is probably to sign up on their website. You used to moo. What happened? Wait, what? Moo. What am I mooing for? You opted in a few days ago, but nothing yet? Yeah, you only get, Oh, I used to moo. Yeah, the name. They only give out keys on Fridays for the opt-in. Most of us. The ones we need, anyway. Mangy backstab by... Shankers can be mez, but the backbiters can't. Is that right? Okay, so it's both Shanker and Backbiter. The beef is strong here. Always some beef, man. Always some beef. Everybody's got beef with somebody. Well, we've got Holy for reses, so I wouldn't worry about Kaz right now. I mean, everybody's 60 except for Silk. Well, and Dula, I guess. Well, we know one crappy item that he drops. You're from Alberta. Can you join the Cow Gang? I think the Cow Gang is pretty open to anyone. But a wolf, yeah, a wolf among cow may not be the best. I don't know that wolves necessarily attack cows, though. That'd be a weird one. When does the Deep come out for testing? Early September is all they've said. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. Sometimes they don't despawn properly. They're not actually there, though. It doesn't increase it? That's dumb. Because int increases damage. What about Mark of Courage? Does it increase that? It's so dumb. They gotta be careful with that ability. It's gonna be way too strong or not worth casting. Yeah, I used to heal way too much. It's not hard to balance, but they don't seem to know how to balance stuff, so. Like they swing the pendulum way too far one way or the other. They don't really center it. Oh, that's going to be completely broken. It's going to be way too low damage, I guarantee it. Because, like, if you look at the Spellblade, when they got their AoE ability, it did so little damage, and you have to have, like, the mobs right in the middle of it. And it's just dumb. So, yeah, Consecration depends on what they do with Consecration. I'm assuming it's going to be some sort of damage heal kind of thing. Honestly, the Consecration should just give you, like, high, like, Holy Resist or Corruption Resist or something. As well as maybe some more defense. You will if it respawns. Yeah. He must have not been raised in the South, Conquest. Yeah, I mean, it does. We used to play on train tracks all the time. Like the movie, what, Stand By Me or whatever. Train! Yeah, let's not do this. Yeah, we used to jump off the train trestles, the ones that go over the water. We used to jump off those all the time. We've gotten stuck on them a few times where you had to jump because the train was coming. Yeah, we were dumb. Yeah, exactly. Probably a lot of extra iron that we didn't need. Those 3 slimes despawn? Yeah, they despawn if you kill the ritualist. Yeah, I like the challenge. They just needed to kind of tone it down a bit. What area are you fighting in? This is Fallen Watch. We're headed in to go somewhere. They are, Derelict was actually saying that he's trying to get them to take disengage out. Oh, hang on, I was looting these. We left some stuff on them. Some of the pages. But yeah, I was actually talking to Derelict yesterday about it. He wants them to take the disengage out because it's causing issues with them warping up and down and all that kind of stuff. But I was telling him I like the disengage abilities because it gives the tank something to do. Like you have to actually position mobs properly with stuff like that. So I was like, try to keep something like that to give the tanks like, meaningful ways to position mobs. But also fix the issue with it warping. So yeah. Yeah, you want to exactly. But if you're fighting a mage, you want to put your back to the wall because the mage could knock you backwards. So it's like the tank needs to then know like where they're supposed to be. That's why you like the Grip of Shadow. Yeah, Grip of Shadow is really nice. It's very beneficial to have. That's like 5 small rats. No, he feigned death them all. Makes positioning or saving a squishy handy for tank. Yeah, it's really nice to have that ability for sure. I'm curious if they're going to keep it or if they're going to get rid of it when they do the deep dive on the Shadow Knight. Yeah, I think we've been working on collecting the items. It just takes forever to get them. Like a rat? Wasn't that name that we killed yesterday 60? Woo, my bicycle's ready. Bicycle. Bicycle. I think Paladins should get a chance to block for their target. Yeah. What would also be cool is like a Paladin getting a spell that shields. So like it's like a floating shield so they can go two-handed but still get the block chance. Like a magical shield. Yeah, something like that would be awesome. I don't think they're going to do it, but it would be cool if they did. Hey, what's going on, Robert? Yeah, some like their nuke should just be like extra damage to undead. Oh, you said that psychic choke. Does that not work right now? That's dumb. That was a really good interrupt ability, wasn't it? Let's pull this with us. Well, sir, if you dressed already, thought on putting out some new player class guides closer to EA. Most of what I can find is pretty limited and dated. Yeah, it's going to be all very limited and dated because they're kind of updating a lot of that right now. I will be putting out some new info as we get closer to EA. I'm kind of waiting till September right now. And then I'm going to start putting out as much information as I can on the classes that have been done. The problem is a lot of the balancing has not been done yet. So it still kind of feels bad. You're not really going to know if the class is going to be good or bad or what. Hopefully they balance that, but it's mostly going to be about the play style. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, as we get into September, I'll probably start breaking down some of these. I'll have to do like one a day, at least one class per day in September. As well as some other stuff. Like I want to show off a few other things. Like we've got, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time left, so I need to start working on those. Which probably means I won't be streaming as much while we're trying to do that. Get me started on the charm again. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. Ever see any high-level Elementalist grouping? Much as solo. Elementalists are just not that great compared to other classes right now. They just need to incentivize grouping more. Stop trying to force people into grouping by making solo hard and incentivize grouping. Because it's going to feel really bad for the classes that can solo but are also wanted in a group, right? And then you have the classes that can't solo and nobody wants in a group. And it's like, how are those classes going to level? Nope, not at all. They need to make it where you drains mana. Yeah, the longer you hold it, it starts to drain more mana, or it has a limited duration, longer cooldown, stuff like that is what they're gonna have to do. Like what they do with the Inquisitor. It's like a 20 or 30 minute cooldown for a 1 minute charm. Like they could do the same thing with an Enchanter, make it like 1 minute charm for 5 minute cooldown. Then they couldn't just hold a mob forever. Exactly. It's a really powerful CC, you know, like it's a CC that does damage. Yeah. Like it's really good no matter how you use it. People have just found the best way to use it. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to explain to people. Like, there's people that are low level that are just like, oh no, charm is too hard to use, etc. And I'm like, okay, when you get to higher level and you practice with it and you learn how the tricks to it, it becomes a completely different game. And that's the thing, is people are starting to learn the tricks and then applying those to low level, and it's just insanely good. It's like when you first play a Necromancer, if you don't know how to Fear Kite, and then once you learn how to Fear Kite, it completely changes the class. Rogue in the back. I don't know, I like them. Yeah, I like the challenging mobs, personally. Like the random ones that just appear. Oh, the loot in here has to go up, dude. It's ridiculous right now. Yeah, right now, we're just going to stay right here, clear that corner. Yeah, I think the XP in here actually is pretty good from what I can tell. It's just really hard, so you have a high chance of dying. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, bud. My current character, Druid, max charisma and character creation, and took charismatic trait to snapshot charm, and it's been absolute smooth sailing. Even when charm breaks early, on average, the damage per mana used beats everything else by a gigantic margin. It does, yeah. It's huge. You know, it took people a while to realize it, I feel like. Some of us figured it out a lot quicker than others. Probably because we played more, you know, it makes sense. But now that people are starting to figure it all out, and they're like, oh, okay, it is a problem. Well, or it is really strong. I shouldn't say it's a problem, but it is really strong. They're starting to like understand, okay, this is, you know, this is something we need to look at. And for a long time, people just didn't see it. They didn't understand it because they probably weren't charming properly or using spells in the best way. They weren't min-maxing it yet. And once they started to min-max it, they're starting to be like, okay, this is way too strong. Is that a cleric in the group? No, we don't have a cleric in the group. We have a shaman, a paladin, archer, rogue, enchanter, and then we have a monk pulling for us outside of the group. Yeah, unless something crazy happens with these other classes, I'll be fighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'll switch to a different tank if I need to, but I'll most likely tank no matter what. Just to make sure we have a tank all the time. I mean, I used to play Enchanter in EverQuest. I would prefer to play a DPS class, but every time I've ever played anything but a tank, I always have trouble getting a tank and then keeping a tank. I get so irritated when another tank gears up and then they're just like, okay, I'm quitting, and they just disappear. It pisses me off to no end. So, like, that's... Yeah, that's why I always play it, because like at least I can count on myself. Like that. It just makes it easy. What's the best DPS class currently? I would say Spellblade. Right now. I mean, that obviously can change, but right now Spellblade is insane, especially if geared properly. The thing is, in my opinion, the reason that Spellblade is so good is because it scales damage with strength, dexterity, and intelligence. So you can just stack all three of those things and get more damage than anybody else. Whereas, like, most classes only scale damage with one thing. Like, wizards scale with intelligence. Nobody scales with dexterity, really, except for the Spellblade. It's the only one that adds damage from dexterity. And that's because of their procs. They have damage procs. So the more dexterity they have, they get bonus or they get bonus procs, which gives them bonus damage. Their intelligence increases their procs and their spells. And then strength also increases, so just everything increases their damage. And that, I don't think, has been balanced properly. They fixed Spellblade's porting into the ground. It's better. I don't know if it's fixed. I haven't played my Spellblade in a while, but last time I did play my Spellblade, it didn't port through the ground as much. So... What about Inquisitor? I was thinking of running one, lore playstyle reasons. I mean, for lore and playstyle, that's a completely different thing. You know, play whatever you want for lore and playstyle reasons. If you want to know its power level, an Inquisitor right now with its recent deep dive looks really good on paper. I don't know of a high level wizard or Inquisitor, sorry, that is actually playing the game. They pretty much have all kind of quit before they hit like level 30 or 40. There's really just not that many that play on a high level. So we don't really know, unfortunately, but it really does look good on paper. We were checking it out today. They have like a rune thing that they can do that absorbs damage, basically like a cleric rune, but it's exclusive to themselves. It costs mana, but it gives them basically converts mana into health. Effectively is what it does. So it gives them very high effective health pool. So it's kind of like take your health pool, that's your health pool, and then take your mana pool, double it, and that's your total health pool. So it's just really good. You actually playing a 60 Inquisitor right now? Yeah, it's nothing that I really want to know other than just, you know, like how is it feeling at the higher level, and how good is that rune shield that it puts up. It seems to be pretty good if you use that, you know, for tough fights or whatever. It adds a lot of extra health to them because it effectively turns your mana pool into a health pool, into a bonus health pool. Doesn't Bard get benefit from Dex? Not really. The only benefit Bards get from Dex is being able to hit harder. Or, sorry, hit more often. Same thing that everybody else gets with Dex. Deep Live looked interesting. I've always played as a tank. I thought I'd give it a try. Yeah, the Inquisitor's looking pretty good right now, as far as I can tell. There's just not very many people that play it at a higher level. Nothing. Have they dropped any info on the Deep Dwarf race? No. No, that's not going to be in for a while. They did good by the Inquisitor. Spells feel good or better than pre-work. A 4-star kick to sword and board, which is okay, I guess. I'm kind of shocked we didn't lose since Nation 6-second AoE stun on 12-second cooldown. Yeah, so like I feel like that losing kick wasn't really a big deal because they have so many ways that they can interrupt with their stuns. They have AoE stun, they have single target stuns, all that. So I feel like, you know, this sword and shield thing doesn't really, you know, I feel like it's okay, you know, like that, just having that kick ability isn't really a big deal. Because don't you still have a silence ability as well? It allows you to silence mobs. So yeah, I feel like they did a good job with the Inquisitor personally, and they really kind of pushed it into the you know, it's a tank, but not better than the other tanks at most fights, but still better against spellcasters, kind of thing. So I don't know, I like it. Silence on a 45-second cooldown doesn't feel great, but I do keep it on the bar. How long does it last, though? Is it silence just like a silence, is it basically a long kick? So it's like a 6-second kick, basically, on a 45-second cooldown. That's basically like my clobber, right? It's the same thing as like my clobber. Mine's a stun, though. But it's on a 60-second cooldown for a 6-second stun. So, yeah. Add Ranger. But, yeah, I don't know. I got a 1K refund check from overpaying equity fund. Should I buy a Bitcoin? Buy Aeon 2, pay to win? Be responsible adult? You should definitely buy video games. No. I don't recommend video games if you have money issues, but you said clerics can give out similar to health stones. No, necromancers have health stones. Clerics don't have anything like a health stone. They just heal. Yeah, the silence, a 6-second silence. I mean, I guess that could be good depending on what you can cast it on. Because, like, one thing about the silence that is nice is you could probably cast that on... Hang on, we're gotta get this under control here. You could probably cast that on... named mobs, whereas like a stun can't be cast on named mobs, so that's, you know, kind of the good use for that. But yeah. How big of a world is Monsters and Memories? Right now it's only about 20% of what it's planned to be. By 1.0, it should be about 5 times larger than what it currently is. Approximately. Hard to imagine Cleric won't get more love. Cleric should always be the healer. I agree. I don't know why the devs are so hesitant on doing that. I mean, they kind of are the healer. Let me kind of rephrase that, because somebody's going to be like, no, they're the best healer. Clerics are currently the best healer in the game. The problem is that they're just not necessary for most of the content. Like, as you can see right now, we have a shaman in here healing this group. No issues. Like, the shaman is able to keep a group up just as well as a cleric can, and they have other bonuses like haste and slows, and they have a lot of other things that they can do. So it just kind of feels bad. Clerics, the only thing that clerics can do that other healers can't, they have more stuns. Well, they have stun for an interrupt. So that's pretty good. They also have rune shields that they can put up to prevent damage on a target. And they're instant cast rune shields. You don't really want to use those if you can help it, but they do have them available if you need them. And then they can resurrect people. And that's really about it. Like, clerics just don't have... They don't have a lot that the druid and shaman has. Only thing I don't like currently about cleric is they burn through mana so fast. Things go south. They do, yeah. That's kind of the issue. They have the best heals in the game, but they burn through their mana, and then what? They have to hope for a piety proc, which may not happen. So they have to make a choice. Do I sit down and meditate for guaranteed mana return, or do I stand up and try to get a piety proc, which may never proc? Like, it could take forever. If you can get the piety proc, which lasts for 60 seconds, and then sit down and meditate, you get your mana back very quickly. But if it doesn't proc, you're kind of like, well, you're kind of screwed, right? So that's one thing about the druid and shaman that's really nice, is they have other ways to gain mana back that's not on like a random chance. They can just do it. So like Cannibalize, which got nerfed pretty hard recently, was probably a little too strong, and now it's probably a little bit too weak. But it is still at least nice that they can guarantee to get mana back every 45 seconds. Don't miss the res, not a big deal. It's not a big deal in combat, right? Most of the time you shouldn't need res. So that's the issue is, sure, they can give you some out of combat stuff, but they need to give you in combat stuff as well. Like having teleport on a druid or a wizard. What does teleport do for you when you're in an XP party? Nothing. Now the evacuation is nice because it can save you from a wipe, but that's kind of the thing, is when you're actually fighting in a group, you shouldn't need to evacuate if you're playing well and you're getting XP or whatever. Kind of the same thing with a cleric. Plus, if you die, a cleric can res you anytime. They don't have to be in your party. You can just find a cleric later on and res your character. So gets you to the grind spot faster. It can, but the idea for this game is that there's going to be groups everywhere, right? Automatically in their areas. So if you want to do an XP spot, then you have to travel over there and then try to get into the group. So, I get it. I get what the teleports do, but there's out of combat and there's in combat is the point that I'm trying to make, right? I'm not trying to say that res isn't nice and teleports aren't nice, but there's things that classes can do in combat and things that they can do out of combat. And when a class is really good in combat and the only benefit to it is an out-of-combat ability, then you need to reevaluate what it's doing, because otherwise people will only want it for its out-of-combat abilities, and then they won't want to put it into a group to level them up. So that's basically how that, it just feels really bad, right? Why would you put a cleric in your party right now? Like, what's the reason? And most people would be like, to heal. Okay, well, if a druid or shaman can heal just as well, now why do you put a cleric into a party? I can tell you why to put a shaman in the party. That's for the haste. It's for the roots that they have. It's for the buffs, the melee buffs. It's for the attack debuffs. You know, all those things. And they do some decent damage with their dots. But yeah, cleric, you just... Okay, why am I putting a cleric in the party? What do they do in a group for combat that the other two don't do? Shaman is the premier healer, I would say, yeah. Even after the nerfs, it's still probably the best healer. Oh, like the best overall healer. Same thing with the Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight is probably the best overall tank. There are things that the others do better, but generally speaking, you put a Shadow Knight in your party, and you get the most out of that class. Don't clerics have good buffs too? They have a good HP buff. Yes, that's it. But the other classes also they have better buffs that are more. You'd rather have the other buffs most likely. Shaman utility seems superior. It is, yeah. That's just all there is to it. Shaman's utility is definitely better. How bad is the XP? The death penalty is like 10%. It's technically 10% of your previous level's total XP. So if your previous level was 10,000 XP to get from level, 30 to 31, you are level 31 and you die, you lose 1,000 XP. Approximately. I don't see how Nature Skin and Thorns compete with Shaman, especially now that they get evac too. Yeah, it's not really an evac, but yeah, it's similar. Yeah, it's just tough. Yeah, Shaman can struggle with mana cost. You have to be much more efficient with your mana cost now with the Shaman. Before, they had basically unlimited mana with their Consume. Every 12 seconds, they use Consume. They could cast all sorts of spells. And now that they've nerfed Consume and made it 45 seconds, the Shaman has to make decisions on what to cast, right? They can't slow every mob and buff the entire group and heal everybody and throw dots on. And like they just can't do all of the things anymore. Mid to high 30 Shaman I talked to said they really didn't notice their mana suffering that badly. It depends on how you play, honestly. Like if you play the Shaman like a cleric, where they just sit down and meditate, they only stand up to cast a heal every now and then. It's probably fine. But if you try to play it the way that they used to play it prior to these changes, which is constantly casting all sorts of spells, and it really just depends on how you play it. So like for somebody that played previously and just sat down and only cast heals, and every once in a while they'd buff their group, they would only cast heals and only once in a while cast a slow, then it probably plays the exact same. AC buff seems laughable. 15 at level 32 seems comically low. The AC buff? I mean, yeah, it depends on how much AC works, right? The highest AC buff that they get is 30. So that's about 7-ish percent, 7.5% maybe of my total AC. So it increases my AC by approximately 7%. Which is, not really a small amount if you think about it. It just depends on how much that AC actually does. Is that 7% increase, does it translate to, a 2% damage, less damage that the tank receives? Like, what does it translate to? We don't really know. We don't know how much that AC is worth. $30 seconds for the cannibalize. Yeah, they probably overcompensated to cannibalize some. Like from 12 seconds to 45 seconds. I mean, that's nearly 4 times longer. That's crazy. But I guess it really ultimately just depends on how many spells do they expect you to cast. Do the same thing with Reclaim for Wizards? They did, yeah. And it feels bad on the Wizard, right? Like, Wizards have mana issues now. If like, for sustained damage, Wizards have mana issues. So it's kind of the same thing now with Shaman, is that they have mana issues. But it's a little bit different because it's kind of like with the Wizard, it's sustained damage that's constantly, you want to do as much damage as you possibly can. Whereas with the Shaman sustained healing, you can mitigate some of that by having better debuffs in your party. Or a tank with better gear. All of those things kind of help reduce the amount of damage. Is there an end to this dungeon? I mean, technically? Like, it doesn't just go on forever. It's a specified amount of space, yes. It's not like World of Warcraft, though, where you beat the few bosses and then you're done with the dungeon and you reset it. That doesn't happen in this game. I just realized I don't have a damage shield in this group. All right, I gotta. Dungeon walls seem way too clean. Yeah, that's kind of stuff that they'll probably add in later. It's just more art. I'm gonna pee real quick while we're rebuffing. Right back. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Got a little oil on my beard.
Yeah.
Where's he spam that at? Oh, in the shout, yeah. Two ads.
Poopy face guard.
Only thing I can think of is the resist on these, since no other gear really in the game has resist on it. They're putting a lot of emphasis on those resists, though. That's the only thing I can think of, is you come in here to gear up, get the resist gear to do other raid bosses and stuff. But then you're significantly lower on your other stats, so it's like, does it really make a difference? Like, if you don't have enough mana to heal, why would you use that? You know, like if you have another item that gives you a lot more healing. I looted it. If you want it, yeah, just let me know. I'm just banking this stuff. If we get too many of them, I'll disenchant them. These mobs in here? No. Oh, the items, no. Well, that one might be. I don't know. What level was the mob? No, then it wouldn't be the good enchant materials. You can't do what? Nope, not anymore. They changed that. Nope. Kill giants. 4. All this game is for the first 20 levels is killing skeletons. It depends on where you play. In Night Harbor, that's pretty consistent for Night Harbor, yeah. Although, I would say the first 5 levels, you're going to be killing beetles, bugs, things like that. Crocodiles, like the caimans. And then around level 7, that's when you start killing skeletons. And then after, by like level 12, I would go kill like Ashira or goblins. So it's whatever you choose to fight. There's a lot of options at that level range. Have Druid got its remake? Yeah, Druid Druid has been done, and it's probably one of the most powerful classes in the game. So they didn't really change much with the Druid. They just added a few it's very versatile and it's very strong. That's the short. Really like Druids and other MMOs. I want to support the class that can also solo fairly well. I work odd hours. They can solo really well, but people need to realize this is not a solo game. Like right now, the solo ability of the game is way too good, and every single patch has been pushing away from solo more and more and more. They do not want the primary way to play this game to be solo. The devs, that is not the intent from the devs. So just know that. I mean, as long as you're okay with that, then you'll be fine. Now we're really hoping to get this Marshall guy to spawn more. We want to see what his loot table has. But I think we've only seen like one item from him. We've never seen anything else. Feels kind of bad. Oh my gosh, my inventory's full. Dude, what the heck, dude? Look at all these pages that I have. So many pages. They need to expand. Like, this needs to be more than a 40 slot bag if they're going to have this many pages in here. It's just nuts. Inventory is completely full. Yeah, at least they gave us the 40 slot bag, because otherwise there's way too many pages. But now we're starting to find out what pages are worth having, so. What can you do with them? You turn them into to scrolls, and the scrolls have different effects. Game just looks so much better with the proper lighting. Or the proper gamma. Normally I have it at 100, but right now it's at 52. Technically 50 is where it's supposed to be. It's just sometimes hard to get it. Oh, there we go. Sometimes hard to get it right at 50. But this is the correct lighting. So this is what the game is supposed to look like. Which is fine, you know, when we have a fireplace, we got some lamps and stuff. Like that's okay. You cannot make a macro to set gamma, not that I know of. It does wash it out, yeah. It absolutely washes it out if you put 100 gamma. It looks terrible, in my opinion, at 100 gamma. But then you can't see, so... They can understand it being so dark in dungeons, but outside it should be brighter. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, in this dungeon I can actually see at the correct lighting. But if you go outside, you can't see at night. It's just, it's weird. Like, if you're gonna use the darkness, make it dark in a dungeon, but they specifically add lights in the dungeon so that you can see properly, right? They got these candles, they got the overhead lights. You know, this isn't that bad, but outdoors it's terrible. It's just kind of backwards. Darkness hits great in places where it makes sense. Definitely feels out of whack at night, though. Place torches give off less light than a held torch. Yeah, it's just a lot of that stuff. It just feels weird. How often do I stream? Every day. Well, most days. Sometimes I take the weekends off. Depends on the weekend. But every day, Monday through Friday, I'm usually here. Have you figured out how to summon Bone Construct? I think we know how. Yeah, we just haven't done it yet. Yeah, you got to collect items and basically spawn it. It's like I think it's an urn. You have to collect an urn, and then you get to put these 10 different items into it and combine them, and then summon it. We haven't really been working on it, though, lately. We've been mostly doing Fallen Watch. Like, just killing as much as we can in here. Oh my gosh. Dude, is that another new page? This is getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Conk's dead. Oops. Not my fault. I stuck my head out. I'm not sure what this guy's doing. This cohesion guy just running around everywhere. His IVU is gonna break. And it's not gonna be good for him. All right. Think we're good. We're gonna recover a minute here. Do you think we will see large-scale raids? Very likely be limited to a few group sizes. Thought I saw somewhere that they don't want giant Zerg-style raids. They don't want Zerg raids, no. But what they mean by Zerg raids are that you can't just throw bodies at it to win, right? Like, you actually have to do the mechanics. So there might be large-scale raids, but hopefully the idea is that each raid will be tuned for the size of raid that can do it. So there's probably going to be some like 2-group stuff, 3-group stuff, 4-group stuff. There might even be stuff that's like 8 groups. But it'll be tuned for that amount of people. Not like EverQuest. In the beginning of EverQuest, it was if you had enough bodies to throw at it, you won. They kind of want to avoid that. So we'll see what they do and if they can avoid it, but that's the idea. What kind of mechanics do you think they'll have for raid bosses? We already know several of the mechanics of how they're going to work it. But they're going to be very simple, right? Very, very simple mechanics. Tank mob, DPS mob. There's like fear mechanics. There's dispelling mechanics where the mob might dispel you or fear the different people in the party. Where it might target players and do a direct damage spell on them. There could be ads that you have to control. So, you engage a mob and it spawns, 5 or 6 ads and you have to deal with those. Stuff like that. Very simple stuff. It's not going to be anything outrageous. You're not going to have things like what World of Warcraft has. Where like you got to fire on the ground, you got to jump over it, and not as much of that stuff. Wondering if you stream, and I look at YouTube, and here you are. I do stream, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Question that bothers me, what's the point of playing Monk if there's a fighter? Monk is a polar DPS. Fighter is a tank. They're drastically different classes. Oh no. Another one that I haven't seen before. Another page. I thought they were similar on paper. Their stances look very similar. No, they're very, very different. Yeah, very different.
Yeah.
Monk is only going to wear leather armor. They're not going to be able to take hits like a tank will. They have feigned death. They've got like a ranged root spell that they can do, a root ability to split mobs up. They're drastically different gameplay. So Isar is a monk here, and you see he's going out, he's getting mobs, and he's bringing them back to the camp. If I tried to do that on my fighter, I would just die a lot. Like you couldn't do that on your fighter. You have no way to like. You have no way to drop aggro as a fighter, which you don't want to have if you're pulling. But the fighter is going to wear plate armor, and it's going to have ways to gain threat and those kinds of things. So the ability set is very different between the two. I want to know who could have possibly looted a twisted cord belt from Kayam the Herald at 7:54 a.m. CST on Tuesday morning. What? I have no idea who looted that. Oddly specific. Yeah, very, very specific. One guy's just gonna hang out around the corner. How's the community? Depends on who you talk to. It's good and bad. Oh my gosh, dude, this is ridiculous. I don't have room for all this stuff. This is just crazy. I need to put a donkey outside and just throw all my items on it. Those who seek drama will find it. That's true, yeah. It really just depends on who you hang out with and what you're trying to do. The average community of this game is fine. Like, you know, there's normal people who just want to play a game, have fun, enjoy it. If you try to yeah, if you go out seeking the drama, you will absolutely find it. Or if you go out specifically trying to avoid the drama, you'll probably find it. Because you're just looking for trouble. You're just not doing it directly, I guess. Like, it's kind of funny. In the past couple of months, I've had 0 drama in the game. Like, none. And then they added in Fallen Watch and Rothold, and the drama has spiked up considerably since they added these 2 dungeons. And it's the types of players that have returned to the game that all quit the game prior to this because they were just like, oh, there's nothing to do, or whatever reason they quit. But then they come back, and like day one of everybody coming back to the game, this is drama central again. So it just depends. I'm getting a lot of lag in this zone today. Really annoying. Yeah, there's always gonna be drama. You're right. Drama when GMs are lying or giving false information. That's definitely going to add to drama, sure. Hopefully they don't do that, but...
Yeah.
They did do that twice? GMs in this game were lying or giving false information? That's not good. Trent was sending you inappropriate messages. Okay. Well, you should probably report that. You had a GM lie to me about Pickpocket saying it wasn't broken when I had 2 examples, the name was holding an item, and I pickpocketed, and the item didn't show up on the corpse. Yeah, that's just more. GMs don't know what works and what doesn't work yet. Like, they just don't know. They're not. The GMs are not necessarily developers. It's unfortunate, but that happens. Don't just say it's working. Yeah. It's definitely a problem, for sure. Like, I appreciate what the GMs are doing in this game. I appreciate, you know, the time and effort they're putting in. They definitely respond quickly to petitions. They put up with a lot of stuff. People, you know, get mad at them for random things. They deal with all that. But at the same time, you know, it's like you need to know how the game functions if you're going to be a GM for the game. To me, that's like kind of their tooling to see this kind of stuff, like to see who tags the mob first and who trained whom and all that kind of stuff. Their tooling functions, but it's not perfect. And the problem is the GMs oftentimes look at the tools and assume it's giving accurate information. And, you know, it might be accurate information from what they can see, but doesn't necessarily mean that's how it functions. In the case that you're talking about, Glyphix, I think the GM looked at it in the tooling and said it was a math error that caused it. Well, what caused the math error? And that's the problem, that like they don't connect the two. They just say in tooling says math error, but it was probably pickpocket that caused the mathematical error to happen. And they don't put those things together, unfortunately. So it probably was a math error, which is a bug that is caused by the pickpocket. They're taking all the items off the pickpocket loot list now anyway, so it's pointless mechanic. Oh, did they really remove it? It's because it was bugged, I'm guessing. It's super buggy and they got to fix it. Sure. Yeah, some of this stuff I just want the devs to acknowledge that it's bugged. You know? And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're defensive of it. Sometimes they're like, "Thank you for the input." And you just get different responses each time. And it feels kind of bad sometimes. Like some devs are just like, you tell them there's a bug, there's an issue or whatever, and they're just like, they get super defensive like it's their child. And you basically just said that their child is, you know, is something wrong with them. And it's like, I didn't say anything bad about you. I'm just saying, like, there's a bug. I was thinking off topic here, they should hide the XP bar completely hidden and no number updates on how much XP you get. Gain some I mean, they could do that. I think people would be like, really? Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious? I have another new one. I don't even know what to do with these anymore. This is bonkers, man. Like, I have so much stuff. Yeah, I don't like games where inventory management is annoying. I guess I could buy another one of these bags and have 2 of these. I could do that. Get rid of this pouch right here and put in 2 Scrivener satchels. I may have to do that. Let's see those EQL, yeah. You mean the pay to win bags? To be fair, they probably get a lot of false bug claims, little information backing up, so they probably sometime wrongly default to beginning defensive. They probably do. But, you know, that's kind of one of those things. Where do you get the information from? Should give you a different reaction, you know? Do you get it from a pretty reliable source? Somebody that has tested things, that has played the game a bunch, etc.? Or is it just somebody complaining about something because they use it incorrectly? And which one of those things is happening more often? There's a lot of players that a bug happens to them and it's user error, and they're constantly complaining about certain bugs in the game and why the devs won't fix it, etc. But it's oftentimes user error, you know? So, I mean, I get it. It's annoying, for sure. Are you serious? Another scrap? Oh, it's because I've scrapped 2. I already have 10 of 10 of these. 10 out of 10. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting rid of this one. We enjoy every class. Oh, shoot. Want to dive in the game with full vibe? What would you recommend? I hope you got my point. Sorry, bad English. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Shadow Knight for Monk. Go 3 DPS. Ranger, Monk, Rogue, Archer, Wizard. You're going to need a healer. Like, if you want to be able to do everything in this game without much issue, you're going to need a tank, a healer, and a DPS. So, I would highly recommend choosing a tank, a healer, and then some DPS. Or a tank, healer, and an enchanter. And then just grab DPS for what you want to do. If you grab a tank, a healer, and an enchanter, there's literally nothing in the game you can't do. Well, except for the raids. Yeah, and there's very few people in here, too. I noticed that the first day. It was extremely laggy. Means we got to be the first ones in here doing it before the masses get here. And then it's just laggy and nobody can do anything for a while. That's what he does. What's funny is he'll do that and then he'll boast about how he's the most high played player in the game or something like that. It's like you're just standing there AFK all the time, dude. Of course you're gonna have high play time. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. If you never log out, then of course you're going to have the highest playtime. Tank specific or off tank? I would get a tank. You can use an off tank for small group stuff, XP and certain things. But this dungeon that we're in right now, you're not going to be able to tank it on anything but a tank. You're going to need to play one of the 4 tanks. A monk will not be able to just XP in this dungeon. Do what we're doing right now. We take way too much damage. We should have a week or so of deep, at least. Yeah, it'd be nice to start a character there just to see if it's viable for leveling. And how hard it is to get to Night Harbor, what level you have to be, things like that. It'll be connected to the Underdark, which is connected to the sewers, yeah. So you'll have to go from like the Underdark is connected right past the bins area. So there will be some level 30-ish KOS mobs when you come out into the bins. So that could be kind of rough if you're low level. You'd have to sneak past those. God, look at that lag. Look at that. You see that? Like sometimes it's good, and then sometimes it's just like stutters. Awful. I'm gonna relog real quick while we're waiting for a second. This lag's driving me nuts. Yeah, it's way better. Just log out and back in. Don't know how long it'll last, but it's better. When we start getting more people, we should probably go try something else. Places that are more challenging. Yep, we've only killed the name twice, as far as I know, in the entire guild. I think that was a different guild. We just took the link from somebody else. I don't know what they found, but. Oh my gosh. I'm so tired of this, dude. Let's get rid of an invis potion, I guess. Yeah, I need to get like a pack mule now, I guess, and just park it outside with all these things on it. Really annoying. Page system seems like something they should have not wasted dev time on. Well, I mean, they did give us bags for it. They gave us that 40 slot bag. You just need 2 of the 40 slot bags to be able to hold everything. It's just really annoying. But think about it this way. If you have 2 40 slot bags and you have a spell book and you have the Demeter the Demeter like skull. You can't have all those things on your belt at the same time. It's another friction thing. That's exactly what it is. It's another friction thing. They want you to have to make choices for inventory, which I don't mind choices for inventory. But it's like, it's compounding issues, right? Like, you have, the game already has inventory issues. So then they add another feature that is more of an inventory issue. And they just keep compounding on it. And it's like there's not one person going, okay, well, how much inventory issue do we want people to have? Oh, there's another one right there. Look at that. Another. Like, I just don't have inventory space for all these. It's nuts. I can't really get rid of most of this stuff. I guess we'll get rid of one of these torches of purification since I can craft a bunch of those. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just too tedious. Like, there's a point where, like, it's fun up to a certain point, and then it's just annoying. Sometimes I have a hard time understanding the payout of some friction systems. I don't understand the payout at all in some of these. I mean, I guess... I don't know. I guess you can choose to not do that. Like, I can choose to not carry around all this stuff. So that's the friction point. Like, I honestly don't know. But whatever. They're going to leave that stuff in until enough people complain about it. That's my guess. And people won't complain about it until they're much higher level. Because they're not going to see it. These mobs stunning is awful. I go in to attack them, they instantly stun me, so I taunt, I then get stunned, I then lose aggro, and then my taunt's not up. Feels bad. Oh, yay. All right, we already got plenty of those.
Yeah.
I got a full set of 10, a 10, 9, 10, 10. Okay, 4, 7. We got 10 of those, 10 of those. This says 1 of 10 needed to make sense of it, so this should be able to somehow combine. We just got to figure out how. Got to figure out how to combine those. Hmm. Yeah, normally when we camp stuff like this, I like to have a TV show or movie or something on, because some of this gets kind of boring. Very, very boring. I mean, I don't even know how many hours we've been sitting here at this point. Ranger's pulling? No, monk is pulling. You don't want a ranger. You don't want anybody but a monk pulling this dungeon. It would be disastrous. You don't see a monk on the party list? Yeah, he's out of group. Y'all looking for an item or faction stuff? There's a name that spawns in this room over here that we're just trying to kill to see what he drops. So far, we've seen one item off of him, and it's garbage. Absolutely terrible. So we're just kind of sitting here killing stuff over and over and over to see what he drops. Plus, Silky in the group right now, our rogue, needs XP, so might as well help him get XP. So I'm looking at recipes that you can make in here. There's like some crafting stuff that you can do. Sure. There's two. Well,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, this camp's kind of boring now. At first, this camp was fun to break into, but now that we understand how it works, it's just kind of a boring, just whatever kind of camp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we might all be taking a break soon, so. Yeah, we just gotta kill the named bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to see what the next placeholder is, Usar, and probably call it there. Because I think we still have to fight out, too. We don't have evac.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hmm. Well, we are not getting much luck today. I'm dying. Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Is Wiz any good at top end? I'm only level 16. It seems decent so far. It's the only class I played. No. Wizard's good for bursting damage, but once it blows all of its mana, it's worthless. It's a completely worthless class. So, in my opinion, no, it's not. It's not good. Like, it needs more work. Okay, hopefully this guy gives us something new. He never wants to give us anything new. We got nothing new. We got the exact same piece of garbage that we got before. Man, these camps are like, they're so boring when you don't see a name. You're here for hours. Name finally spawns, and you just get trash. It's just so freaking annoying. Like I want the gear to be rare. I like that, but when the mob is also rare, this feels bad, man. We've been here for at least a couple of hours, and we've seen the name twice. I guess I'm not going to get my bike today. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Just got to pick it up by 5 o'clock. It's about a 20-minute drive. So technically, I have time, but it depends on how quickly we get out of here. I don't care. Let's see what time the bike shop closes. Yeah, they do close. I don't understand, man. They're open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, here they come. This is one good way out. You just die. Nice YouTube. Thanks. Appreciate it. There will be more. I've been kind of slow with it lately. Waiting for more info. I don't care. How does loot work in Eminem? It's group loot. So if you kill the mob, you do 51%. You get credit for killing the mob. You get to loot it. If you're in a group, your group gets to loot it, and it's shared. So all loot is shared with the group. And so if it drops one item, you have to roll on it, or figure out who gets what item. You got to actually communicate. So I'm trying to look at some stuff on Discord. Ten. Wow, we almost have 10 across the board. We're getting there. Gotta figure out what to do with all these things. I don't know what to do with them, man. These rats are rough. So for those that don't know, these rats are unmezzable, unrootable, basically no CC whatsoever to them. They hit harder than everything else. I'm serious. This is the way it always happens, man. I'm getting the named again. We don't see the name for hours, and then now we get it back to back. RNG, man. RNG. Yeah. Monk pulling here's a boring camp. Yeah, kinda. Well, this was kind of a meh adventure today. Could have been a lot better. What did the marshal drop? Same thing he drops every time. A really poopy face mask. Yeah, he drops a 4 wisdom with a couple of resist face mask. Oops, hit the wrong button. Oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
So many spiders. It's almost like a real spider den. Fighting in and out of here is such a chore. You got boiled peanuts. Okay. My bicycle's ready too, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it today. Unless I can call them and be like, I'm on my way. But, yeah, I think I'm going to be a little bit late. Ride your bike to pick up my bike. That seems like a terrible idea. I'd have to leave, like, right now and I could make it in time. But I won't be able to leave for a few more minutes at least. I'm really not a fan of that bike shop opening at 10 and closing at 5. It's like they don't want to do business. It's weird. We don't need to kill these. Where? From what? Oh, we charged that rat up there. It's fine now. Wonder why the sound changes out here. We don't hear all the rats squeaking in this area of the cave. Oh my god, so many rats. This is ridiculous. They're everywhere. Oh, I didn't even know this rat was here. I don't hear it squeaking. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm actually heading out here in just a minute. As soon as we kill these things. I gotta get out of here. Oh my goodness gracious. This is non-stop fighting to get out of here. In that case, have a good rest of the day. Appreciate it. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. I have another page here. What am I going to do with this page? Whatever, we're getting rid of it. I have too many of that page, apparently. This is just bonkers. All right, are we done? We finally. Do I have IVU? I don't even know if I do. No, I don't have IVU yet. There we go. Run, little man, run. Okay, I had IVU, but it instantly broke. Well, that's not good. Why? I got IVU and it instantly broke. Like, instantly. Or that was an IVU. One of the two. Oh, well. I'll consent Silk, I guess, if he can grab it. Alright, I could send in Isar and Silk. If you guys just want to drag it to the entrance, we'll figure it out later. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and head out. I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. I'm going to try to call the place and see if I can pick up my bike. I don't think I'm going to be able to because it's like a 20-minute drive and I only got 13 minutes to get there. So we'll see what happens. Appreciate you all being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. And hopefully I see you all tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.